Hello, GJ. How you doing today? I'm just posting socials. Got a bit of a headache because your cat didn't let you sleep the whole night. That's rough. What was your cat doing? I'm good. I had quite a productive morning. I did my Japanese homework. I did some exercise on the dance mat. Hello, B. Hi, B. Bye, B. I hope your stream is good today, B. Sorry I can't join. Right. Emma, hi. Hope you have a good afternoon at work. I've done my blue sky. I've done my Discord. Let's do the other Discords. I'm nearly there. I should have done this earlier, but I was eating my lunch. And I'm like, I eat so slowly. What did I have for lunch? I had dumplings that my mum made me. They're really nice. They're lamb and carrot filling dumplings. Right, I think that's all the promo I need to do. Cool. Let's open my stream manager. All right. Okay. I think we're ready to start drawing now. Finally. Let me catch up with chat. There's just some thunder outside. Aw. Not the weather. I'm sure thunder is terrifying though, if you're a small animal. All right. The continuation. Where is my ink thing? Oh, my drawing glove. Yeah, the dumplings are really good. They're steamed buns, technically. So I guess in some cases they might be considered bao buns. Although in Chinese we just call them baozi. The zi being like a unit word particle. Well, it is a word, but it's kind of also a particle. All right. Okay, I didn't like that one. That can go. So we're gonna do wire roses everywhere, I think. Based on feedback. I think we need to do a bunch of erasing. Although, I think what might actually be better is if I make that semi-transparent and then draw over it, because I like the shape of these roses, as in like the vine shape. So I think keeping the roses in the same place would be good. Have you had lunch, GJ? I think Are you like an hour ahead of the UK? So it might have been a while ago for you. I think my lunch was somewhat late by British time standards as well. It's 3 p.m. Yeah, you guys are an hour ahead. This brush is a little bit chunky. A bit better. Just some pasta, nothing special. Yummy. I'm a pasta fan. Right, I need to open my notes up actually, so I know what I'm doing. All right. Yes, I'm caught up now. Yeah, I actually made a new overlay again for my stream. The ends, I made an end screen with my schedule on it. So I'll be showing that off at the end of stream. I'm like slightly obsessed with making overlays. It's really fun. It's like, it requires way less brain power than actually drawing. But it still feels productive and it's pretty fun. I'm still sort of exercising my creativity, I guess. That is a wiggly leaf. Okay. You think you'd do the same if you were to stream? Heck yeah. Also, I also feel like because I'm an art streamer or an aspiring art streamer, I've got to like put my best foot forward in terms of aesthetics. I feel like there's slightly less excuses for me not to have that set up if I'm trying to like show off my ability to create aestheticness in the first place, you know? Oh, you can hear the flapping mosquito noise. It's gone now. Wait, let me mute and jam the cable in a bit more. Okay. I don't know if that did anything. My microphone is like really new, so I'd be a bit annoyed if the cables were weird. I wonder if it's because there's like a text coming through or something. Because on mic setup, you can hear when there's like a phone call coming through. It does like the bit thing. I wonder if mine's susceptible to that as well. I hope not. That would be less than ideal. Alright. I'll put that on my to-do list. Stream stuff. Done that. Stream stuff. Check microphone cable. Thank you for pointing that out though. It's very helpful. Oh, GJ, did you get to play your new board game that arrived? Or did you just like admire it? Sky, hello. How are you doing today? Thank you for dropping by. Always lovely to see you. No shot I will ever get it played. Wait, why not? I have literally 0 friends IRL. No, that's really sad. Do you have any board game cafes near you? Because maybe you can pop in and find some like-minded board gamers. There's one in my town actually, and I keep meaning to go. And I've heard good things about it, but I've not gone. Although I did hear that the food they serve, while it's very yummy, isn't really like, it's kind of like greasy finger food. So it's really hard to like play board games without making them greasy while you also eat food. You're doing okay? Watching more anime with June? Heck yeah. My day is going lovely, thank you, Sky. I'm excited to work on this commission because I've already knocked one off the queue. We're being very productive. The city is overrun by restaurants and pubs. Basically anything else is dead. Oh, it's one of those. Getting gentrified. Yeah, my town is a bit like that. And all the like independent restaurants get squashed out because the rent rises. Yeah, it's sad. So maybe I should head to that board game cafe because maybe it won't be there for long. Not to jinx them. I hope they stay open forever. This song is such a banger. I was actually doing this song on the dance mat today. It's like my favorite dance mat song. It's actually the opening theme to like a super hilarious anime called Mashal, which is like a parody of Harry Potter. It's about this guy who like they live in a society where if you don't have magic, you're basically an illegal citizen. And he doesn't have magic, but he's like really buff. So he has to pretend to go to magic school and that he has magic, but he has to pretend he has magic by using his muscular abilities. It's really funny. It is like possibly one of the most funny animes I've ever watched. I highly recommend it. You should definitely head there and report on the games you play. I will at some point. I'm so glad they opened an LGS last summer. It's been great because they've been making lots of tournaments for any TCGs. That's really cool. Oh, have you seen it as well, Sky? Mashal is so funny. So funny. He casts Punch. Yeah. I don't wanna spoil anything, but just trust me, that is so funny. And he solves things that seem impossible to solve in the most ridiculous way you can ever imagine. What else have I been watching recently? I've been watching Witch Watch, which is also really funny. I think the first episode of Witch Watch was actually quite weak in comparison, but episodes 2 and 3 have been absolute howlers. They've been hilarious. That one's got a more of a shoujo tone, if you are into that genre. I had a lot of fun watching it. It was the perfect middle ground between One Punch Man and Harry Potter. Yeah. Mashal, I really recommend Mashal. If you want a good chill time and to belly laugh a lot. We have a relatively big LGS very close by, but it's almost exclusively Warhammer or miniature games. A little bit of Magic. I managed to annoy my LGS into doing more Commander tournaments. That sounds nice. I pretty much only play Commander, and even then I don't even. The flapping is definitely still happening. Is it really obvious? I wonder if it's not connected properly at the back of my computer. No need to worry about it now. I might like push the USB cable in more on my toilet break. When it happens, it's quite noticeable. Okay, maybe I'll do that now then. Hang on. I'll finish this leaf. Okay. Just a second. Alright, I'm back. It didn't feel like it was loose, so I don't really know what's going on. Maybe I'll try a different USB port later. Alright, we've got some wire roses. I'm sorry about the audio issues. Hopefully they'll be solved for next stream. You guys are here to watch me draw anyway, right? Although that's going a little bit slowly today. Okay, we've got some roses. Let's get rid of the old roses. You got auto-modded. It didn't like the word massive deck. That's really funny. So indecent of you. Talking about massive decks in this stream. Alright, that looks okay. Commander is the format where you have, yeah, it is where you have the massive deck with one single big legendary card. Sometimes you can have two. They have there's like a mechanic where you can use two commanders, but pretty much, and you can always like recast your commander. I think it's a way more fun format than the other formats I've played. Yeah, I have this Lord of the Rings deck with Frodo and Samwise as the commanders. It's really fun, and they're so cute. It's like a food deck. You make loads of food and then stuff happens because of the food. Let's do these clocks. I only used to play Cube Draft, but that was 14 plus years ago. Oh, you're a drafting fan. I think drafts make me stressed. I prefer to like just have all my stuff. I prefer sealed over draft. Because I'd rather have a pile and pick from the pile rather than make choices as I go along. That just feels like too much pressure. Alright, let's look at some hourglasses. Oh, there's so much AI slop. Okay. This is more like what I want. I've looked up mantelpiece clocks. Okay, some of those look quite cool. I like constructed and I like the multiplayer aspect of Commander. Yeah, that is really fun. I feel like with the other formats, you can't really play multiplayer very easily. I'm very much a YOLO type of girl, so draft scratches that itch. That's fair enough. I'm like a... I like to have lots of cute creatures. I just like to have lots of things. Cute decks, yeah. I have a Kadira deck, which is like one of my favorite decks to play. She just makes loads of bunnies. Like so many bunnies. Hundreds of bunnies. You have a Kadira deck too? Or do you just also like making lots of cute things? Either is very valid. You also have a Kadira deck? Hell yeah. She's so cool. Although my Kadira deck is a little bit cracked. It makes too many. Oh. Scribblies, thank you. That's so nice of you to drop by. Welcome. You're currently streaming. That's fair enough. Enjoy your stream. I built all the trans women legendary characters. Is Kadira canonically trans? I don't keep up with the Magic story. You have to give Kadira some love at some point, but she is semi-decent as is. Kadira is canonically a trans lesbian. Good for her. Yeah, mine has some pretty ridiculous cards in, like the expensive token doublers and stuff like that. Because Mike helped me build the deck, and he made it a bit good, a bit too good. Because sometimes I feel a bit bad, like overrunning everyone with rabbits. But the rabbits are cute, so it's fair. It's fair. I think I need the guide on. I don't know where the middle of this piece is. Add canvas. Very good. Yes. There we go. Oh wow, I was well off. Symmetry with your eyes or my eyes. Did they mention that she's a trans lesbian in the story? Because that's surprising. Because they retconned what's her name, Nissa, and Chandra's relationship, right? So I'd be surprised that they were being so progressive. I love Kadira though. She can do no wrong. She summons bunnies. She is the best. Okay. I think this is looking alright. Look at these clocks. This is getting a bit in my way. Oh, she's from Baldur's Gate? Wait, is she? I didn't know that at all. Wait, is Kadira from one of the D&D sets then? I didn't know that at all. But that would make sense that there is all this story about these characters that's not in the Magic story, because I feel like there's not I don't mean to sound like a Magic story hater, but I do often feel like there's not that much room to develop such like characters if they're not one of the main characters. Oh, she's from Battle for Baldur's Gate. Okay, I didn't know that. That's fair. Mike just picked the card up and was like, Mary, I think you'll really like this card. I was like, yeah, I will. You don't think Chandra and Nissa were retconned? So I saw something about how they were like, it might have been on Nissa's end, where they literally, the story was like, she realized it was just a phase or something, which is awkward as heck. Like, so awkward. But I could be wrong about that. I remember that it caused a lot of waves. It could be that they retconned it because they published some books, right? There were like published books and there were the online story. And I think one of them retconned it. Andrew is Pan. That's fair. I would say though, like to me, the specific label is not super important, but if they retcon the instance, like the most prominent instance of a same-sex relationship, I think that's not a good look. But yeah, I don't have the exact details. I just remember seeing something about it. Thank you, censorship. Yeah, it's sad. Hey, how's this clock looking? I think it's looking okay. I heard it was retconned in America. I think it was like one of the writers. The original writers. I don't know though. I don't have the details, so I should probably stop running my mouth. AZ, hello. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Is retconned in 2019 and unretconned in 23? I see. COVID gave them some perspective, maybe. I have this other deck, a magic deck, which is Mrs. Bumbleflower, but I need to edit it. Anxious as heck. Bought my first PC, but it bugged out, and now my money is on hold. Oh no. That's rough. Were you building it yourself? It is always quite anxiety inducing, building your own PC. Sky, do you also have a Mrs. Bumbleflower deck? I love that we just have the cute decks. Although I only have 4 decks. So if you might just have a lot of decks, which why I have a Bumbleflower deck, a Lord of the Rings food deck, Kadira, and Atraxa. Did I say Atraxa already? Gosh. I bought the parts and added them to the build. Let's hope it's fixed today. Oh, so are they building it? I see. I will not say how many decks I have. That's okay. You don't have to. The old Atraxa. The forecast. She's worth like a wad of cash right now. But Mike and I bought the pre-con when it was still like 40 quid. Like a normal amount of money. Do you guys play those decks IRL? Yeah, so I play, obviously me and my partner play, and then his cousins are really into Magic. So when we go visit his family, we'll often have like a gaming sesh. But otherwise, you can play online. You just need like a camera setup. Is it called Spell Table or something? You have 40-something decks. That's pretty impressive. I'm cooked. Then I live in a small area filled with old people. That's pretty rough. But yeah, you can play online. I've played with Sky before. It was ages ago though. I can't even remember what decks we played. I so wish Magic was cheaper to get into. Yeah. It's so expensive now as well. It used to, before they realized Commander was like the most popular format, Commander was like the cheap format. And now they're printing all these like cracked cards for Commander. It's slightly terrifying. If you want to keep up with it. Like, if you want to keep up with new releases, it just costs way too much money. I remember I won with a deck that felt way too strong and I felt bad for weeks. Wait, when we played? That is not my recollection. I think I just remember having a nice time. But I don't remember what deck I played. Or anything else that happened. It was a very vague memory. I vastly prefer the other Richard Garfield card game. Okay, I don't actually know who Richard Garfield is. I'm so sorry. No luck involved in what you buy. Everyone has the same cards available, the same price. Yeah, so I think if you buy if Richard Garfield is a designer of Magic, I'm sorry, Richard. I must personally apologize to you. Oh, don't feel bad, Sky. Someone's got to win. It's about having a nice time, despite that. Yeah, so I think people buy like from the resale market, and that's like much more affordable than buying sealed product. The Commander pre-con decks, I don't know how good value they are anymore. I think they got quite expensive. I don't know. We haven't bought sealed product in a while. But the precons used to be really good value. Like you could just get a precon commander deck, a pre-constructed. That's what precon stands for. Pre-constructed commander deck, and then you can like swap parts out if you like, or just play it as is, and it's like ready to go out of the box. The precons are way better value right now, are they? I heard that they are getting quite good, as in they have really good cards in them, even if the price went up. Yeah, I heard about that too. But yeah, I don't have I only have 4 decks. It takes me a long time because I'm very like, if a card has art I don't like, I refuse to put it in my deck, even if it's a really good card. So like, Michael helped me build a deck and it's like really good, and I'm like, I don't want this card in there. Doesn't fit the vibe. They have good cards and some have really good synergies. That's nice. That's definitely good for getting people into the format, because the worst is when you have your baby little precon and you turn up at, I don't know, a Commander night at your LGS and it just doesn't even like, it just never gets going. I respect that. Thank you guys. Thank you for validating my choices. I help newbies upgrade their decks in my LGS. That's so nice of you. Mike is definitely that sort of person as well. I think I'm just like a forever noob. Like, I know how my decks work, but I just zone out when other people describe their decks. And I'm just like, I'll just see how it works when it happens. Alright, this clock is looking alright. I often build decks around a card or two just because I love the story they had or the art, so totally fine. Yeah, Mike does that. He has like a really strong like story thread through his decks. It's pretty cool. I ask them for a budget and find them cards that make it better while staying on the power level we play. I'm sure that's really helpful. Alright. GJ, how do you feel about this clock? Are you enjoying it? Enjoying it? I'm not sure if that's the applicable word. If you would rather get back to me off stream, we can do that too. I'll just keep going. I don't want to put you on the spot. You're gonna take a shower? Go shower, girl. Have a good shower. I had my shower before stream. My hair is still soggy, even though it's been like an hour. One thing I do not know is if it would make sense is to have the bottom parts on the left, right of the clock be slightly higher so it tapers off a bit more smoothly. Oh, you mean you don't want it like sticking up so high like this? You want it to be more like this rather than like this? This is like the worst diagram possibly ever drawn. Snip it and send it to me. Yes, do that. Thank you. If you like it, that's all that matters. Oh yeah, the other thing Mike does. Oh yeah. Okay, I understand. DJ. Yes. My diagram was probably not indicative of my understanding. Thank you. Yeah, Mike makes like custom cards. He has like a custom Demon Slayer deck. And he takes like existing cards that he owns. So he has like a constructed version of it with the official cards. And then he gets like he like makes his own versions with like Demon Slayer art. They're really cool. He's a Photoshop whiz. They look exactly like if there were Secret Lair cards with Demon Slayer art. Yeah, he also has an Avatar The Last Airbender one. They're all pretty dope. Pretty cool. I'd love to draw token art at some point. I'll probably never get around to it. But I feel like token art would look pretty cool. I think the right side is slightly higher. Commission token art. I appreciate that. I have some custom tokens actually, not with my art on, but Mike made me some with Animal Crossing characters on them. Just because I'm a big Animal Crossing fan. Okay, that doesn't look symmetrical. To be fair, a full ink deck would go kind of hard. That would look fun, wouldn't it? I do really like. So I think, is it Valheim? No, Valheim is a different game. There's like there's one of the planes in Magic where they did some really cool ink art for the set, and I really like that. They did two, I think. There's one which is like a sort of Celtic setting or like a Viking setting, and then they did one with the vampires, the vampire set that had really nice ink art. I just have no idea what the set is called because I don't remember. My brain is a sieve. We also got the Junji Ito. The Junji Ito Secret Lair. It looks so cool. If you don't know Junji Ito, he is a fairly famous horror manga artist. I'm a big fan of his work. Sometimes people compliment my art by saying that it reminds them of Junji Ito. We got a bot. Ban. Yeah, I did it. I'm gonna delete the message. Oh well. You love Junji Ito so much. It's so good. I love Junji Ito. I think Uzumaki, I read that when I was like 17 or 16. I was maybe a little bit too young to be reading it. I don't know. But I feel like that fundamentally changed the trajectory of my art. It like really affected my brain. Just the art and the everything. I just had I feel old movement. Well, it was a long time ago. My manga anime artist knowledge is very, very limited. That's fine. That's why I explained who he is. I don't expect everyone to know who he is. Oh, apparently the MTG set I used to play a ton came out in 2005. That is a long time ago. Wait, oh my god, that's 20 years ago. Wow. That is a long time ago. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all of us. He's kind of covering her up a little bit. I think that's somewhat less than ideal. Maybe I'll move her around. I do like those clocks there, though. It's the wrong layer. There we go. I think the other manga that I feel like had a huge impact on my future drawing style is Claymore. Because when I actually didn't realize this until I was like taking part in some like fun trend on Blue Sky where you like share your artistic influences or share your like favorite mangas and stuff. And I shared Claymore and I looked at the art in Claymore and I looked at the art, like my ink art, and I was like, oh, wow. You can kind of tell. You can tell that I read Claymore. Looking it up now, and you can tell that I did. It's kind of funny how that works. Because I had no idea until like really recently. But yeah, I do feel like my artistic style has been influenced quite a lot by that. I think we smush the hat around a little bit. It can avoid the top a little better. Okay. All right. Let me see. Have a quick stretch break. DJ, are you happy for me to continue with this, like ink it and stuff? Or would you like more changes? You can decide off stream if you like. I can just work on something else. Either is fine with me. You think this is perfect? Oh, great. All right. Bit of a shame for the hat behind the clock. I can have it so that the clock isn't on the top side, but I do think it would look uneven. I think we can squash her a little bit to make her fit. But I think the top of the hat was going to be behind the top of the hourglass no matter what. Sadly. But I think we can... I think we can move her around a little bit. Let me keep this. I think it's fine as long as the details on the hat are clearly visible. Yeah. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. I think we can like squish it down a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't think it massively affects the proportions. And then the hat has more clearance. Like, you can't really even tell that I've squished her that much. Yeah, she had a tiny bit of squishing, but now she fits a lot better. Yeah, okay. We'll go with this then. Great. Move that into my... I have like a folder of my old sketches. Okay. Honestly, I think at this point I need to do something a bit more drastic. I will erase this so I can see it behind the thing. Oh, has the audio thing happened again? Since I poked the USB? It hasn't. Okay, maybe that fixed it. I'm gonna be optimistic about it. Great. Maybe I just pulled on the cable or something. Okay. You love how it's coming along? Thank you. Oh, Carol, hello. How are you today? Thank you for dropping in. I'm making progress on this ink drawing, or soon to eventually to be ink drawing. Good, just woke up. What time zone are you in, if you don't mind me asking? Are you in the American time zones? PST? Good morning to you. How did you sleep? Good. Have you had a nightmare? Oh no. That's rough. I'm quite lucky because I hardly ever get nightmares. I'm quite a heavy sleeper as well. Which I think my dentist finds surprising. Because I'm like a tooth grinder. Yeah. I had to get like a guard to wear at night because I'm like literally wearing my teeth out. I'm grinding them in my sleep. But I feel like I sleep pretty well. Maybe I have angry dreams that I never remember. You don't typically dream. Also, fire alarms won't wake me up. Yeah, I'm a bit like that. When I went to Japan for the first time, there was an earthquake. Our paths cross again. I have another topic for today. Hello, Rising Rose. Welcome back. Good to see you again. What was my story? Oh yeah. So my friend's luggage had gone lost. And she went to bed like really angry. And she was in the bunk below me. And I had a dream that she was angry with me. And she was shaking my bed. And then when I woke up, everyone was like, there was like a really big earthquake. I had no idea. I thought she was angry with me. Earthquakes are never fun. I've hardly ever experienced them, and the one big one I experienced, I was asleep for. I think I'm about to start a fight with what color folder are school subjects? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, physics is blue. That's non-negotiable. Physics is blue. I've slept through so many earthquakes. Yeah, me too. Every time like I hear about one, it's one that happened at night while I was sleeping. I experienced like four or so, only one relatively strong. Yeah, in Britain, we don't really get any earthquakes. Like, just ever. We're so far from any tectonic plate boundaries. Math is red, language is yellow, history is blue, science is green. Oh, okay. If you had to class science with a general color, I don't know. It still feels blue. Physics is blue, chemistry is red, and biology is green. That's how I had my folders coded at school. Math, I always had as yellow. And history is like a burgundy color. You get a lot of earthquakes. If statistics are worth anything, we are due a strong earthquake soon in the next few decades. Oh no. It's effectively. I don't think it's that predictable though, right? Because it kind of depends on how the plates are moving. I think the science is good enough now that they can sort of like figure out if there's one coming. Plus one of the not having colored folders. I just threw stuff in and knew what was where. I think we got given like notebooks in class. So the colors that the notebooks the teachers gave us definitely influenced what color I thought the subject was. You've never experienced an earthquake? I've never experienced a big earthquake. Well, apparently I did, but I was asleep. I did feel it in my dream though. I think we felt one recently when we went to, well, I say recently, I went to Japan like last year. And that one, we did feel it, but it wasn't very big. I think French was definitely also blue in school. I don't think I would be able to give like the whole of languages a single color. I feel like each language has to have its own color. I was definitely one of those students that had a different folder for everything. I was quite studious. Not looking forward to when the big one hits because it's supposed to be so big that it breaks the scale for earthquakes. Oh, that's a bit scary. Not sure about that one. My family were like, Mary, don't move to Japan because they have loads of these earthquakes. But I think living in Tokyo will be fine because they have so many like anti-earthquake measures in that big city. Whereas if I lived like on the coast in the countryside, I'd probably be struggling a bit more. The eraser is way too big. They would build their buildings to account for the earthquakes. Yeah, exactly. They also have these like shock absorbing structures at the top of buildings. They're like these really big pendulums. So I'm gesturing with my hands that no one can see. it like absorbs the vibrations that go up the building. And then the building doesn't receive as much like shock. No matter what, I would not want to be that high up. Just like generally, or in an earthquake. Because when I experienced that earthquake when I was in Japan, we were on the 8th floor of like a really tall building. And I had no idea. I was asleep. I slept right through it. Both. That's fair. I think a part of me is like the newer tall buildings are probably more earthquake proof than the older ones that might be shorter. Plus it's more important to make sure the really tall ones are safe because there's more people in them, right? But yeah, I was like when that earthquake happened, there was like a little bit of train delay that day. I seem to remember. But everything was pretty much running as normal. And it was a pretty big earthquake. Whereas in this country, if the temperature is like 1 degree higher than 20, the trains all stop running. And everything just grinds to a halt. There's some really funny pictures where when there's like a heat wave, the tracks expand so much that they're literally like curvy. Those roses look so nice. Thank you. There are many roses. Right, I'm doing the somewhat gargantuan task of cleaning my own sketch, which I feel like it always takes so long, and I'm just like cursing myself the whole time. Nyrim, hello. welcome on in. How are you doing today? Thank you for dropping by. Can I recommend you a movie? Do you like animated movies? Because that's where my brain is going. Because I'd want to recommend my favorite movie. Have you seen Belle by Mamoru Hosoda? It's called Belle. It's a very good film. And the animation is spectacular. It also has some really nice songs in it. But yeah, that's my recommendation. It does go into some slightly heavy topics. So if you're not after that, the other movie I'd recommend is Kiki's Delivery Service. Yes, it's called Belle. Belle is the name. And the director is Mamoru Hosoda. I'll type it out for you. You've seen all Hayao Miyazaki's movies? That's fair. No problem. I hope you enjoy if you watch it. It's literally my favorite film. I watch it every year on my birthday. I make my friends watch it with me as well if they're over. My boyfriend got a full Studio Ghibli DVD collection. Hell yeah. What's your favorite? Or his favorite? Anyone's favorite? My one is Kiki's Delivery Service. I have to say. I feel like it's one of those films that just hits completely different when you get older. The last one, The Boy and the Heron. I loved that one. I loved The Boy and the Heron. I watched it in the cinema. We only had English dub, which I'm usually a little bit sad about. But the voice cast in the English dub was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I was so impressed. I used to be a little bit of like a Robert Pattinson hater. But he was the Heron in the English dub, and he was incredible. Like, actually incredible. I had no idea it was him until I saw the credits. So that one performance converted me into a Robert Pattinson fan. Wind Rises. Oh, I love that one. That one makes me cry every time I watch it. Ponyo. I love Ponyo. Ponyo is always a hit. I had a coworker when I worked in my office job whose dog was called Ponyo, and that was just like, I was like, this is the best name ever. She was such a cute dog as well. She was like a little spaniel, and she was very shy. Wind Rises is your second favorite. I think it might be my second favorite as well. I'm also a fan of Howl's Moving Castle. I like the classics, you know. And Spirited Away. I actually first watched Spirited Away in Chinese when I was a kid, and I still lived in China. It was like years later when I actually finally watched the Japanese dub. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that film, Nairim. Feel free to let me know how you found it. I think I've also seen The Boy and the Beast. It's another Mamoru Hosoda film. That's my boyfriend's like favorite film. I also like documentaries about the man. Like Miyazaki. Did you watch the one that Netflix brought out? The really artsy one? Because I watched that and it was so cool. It was so interesting and it was so artistically done. Like it didn't feel like a documentary. It felt like a film, like a really artsy film. 10 Years with Hayao Miyazaki. Is it that one? Let me look it up. Oh, I haven't seen this one. This isn't the one that came out on Netflix, is it? Yeah, it's episodic. Oh, that looks so interesting. I should watch that. 2019. Yeah, I haven't seen this one. Do you or have you played Life Sims? Do you mean like Life Sim games? Like The Sims? Or like farming games? Because Animal Crossing kind of counts as a life sim, right? Actually, I'm not completely sure. Yeah, like Sims 4. So I never had The Sims when I was a kid. I wasn't allowed to play video games. I know, it's really sad. But I did play The Sims whenever I went around to my friends' houses. I would literally like just sit at the computer and play Sims. Such a joy to have as a house guest. Are you playing any at the moment, Kuro? Any recommendations? I like farming sim games, which I feel like is slightly adjacent to life sim games, right? So I love like the Story of Seasons games, Stardew Valley, all of that good stuff. You're playing Infinity, Nikki? Oh my gosh. That's like my favorite game right now. I can't believe I forgot to say that I like Infinity Nikki. I love Infinity Nikki. I haven't done my dailies yet today, actually. I had a bit of an early morning. Not an early morning, a busy morning. It wasn't that early. But yeah, I'm like obsessed with Infinity Nikki. I am nearly done with the first well, not the first evolution, the basic Silver Girl aria. I'm like nearly done crafting it. I'm very excited. Because it's been a long time in the making. That thing is a real grind. I should have been done with all my cloaks. Oh my gosh, have you done all the cloaks? I've just been ignoring them. I'm gonna go back to them. They're so expensive. You already finished Silver Girl. Congratulations! You have 2 cloaks left? Oh my gosh. Is one of them the one that needs the rainy orchids? Because that one looks... Oh, 2 evolutions left. Oh, very nice, very nice. You got that one first. Yes, I understand. I think after I do Silvergale, I will do the other sketches and cloaks, and then come back for the evolutions. Because I don't have any of the Wishful or Rosa evolutions either. I heard there's gonna be a live stream on Friday. I think it's at an insane hour for me though, so I won't be watching it till later. I have no evolutions for Silvergale. I'm working on the last wishful evolutions. I have like 5 or 6 more weeks for that one. Oofed. It do be grindy. Have you been playing since release? Because I started playing, I think in January, because I didn't have any devices that would be able to play it. I mean, I could have got it on my phone, but I feel like the experience is so much better on PC. I only play on my phone if I'm like away from home and I need to do my dailies. No, but close. I wish I could have played earlier because some of the early outfits look so nice. Yeah, I hear the phone has a lot of issues. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great, but it is better than missing your dailies, in my opinion. I wouldn't play on it to do like anything properly. I just do dailies if I have to. They're doing a rerun. Yeah, they are doing a rerun. I'm excited. The one with the fairy wings. Oh, I'm so excited. That's the one I feel really sad about missing. So I'm really happy they're bringing that back. You want those elf hairs? Me too! They look so nice. I'm pretty excited about this. I've been holding off. I do actually quite like the current banner. I have the horns. Me too. I love the horns. Oh my gosh. When I saw them, I was like, I need this. I need it. I haven't got the evolution. I was quite tempted, but I was gonna see what the next banners were. I love fantasy like elements. I can't believe this is like they've taken so long to bring out horns. I hope they bring out loads and loads more horns, like all the different types of horns. I want deer antlers. I want demon horns. I want tiny little sharp horns. I hope no wings. Is that because you might not have enough for this coming banner? I will be weak. Yeah, me too. Me too. I hear you. But yeah, that's why I held off on the evolution of the shepherdess outfit. Because even though I do really want it, I was like, oh, but if they release wings or like something else I really want, I'll probably be a bit regretful if I spend all my diamonds. I'm looking forward to playing Infinity Nikki next week when it comes out on Steam. Is it coming out next week? That's exciting. Oh my gosh, that means I can start playing it on my Steam Deck. I don't have to play on my phone anymore. Thank goodness. Yeah, it's coming out on Steam. Oh, that means we get rewards. Heck yeah. Welcome back, Sky. You caught us in the middle of our Infinity Nikki natter. I think you'll really love Infinity Nikki, Sky. It's so fun. It's honestly such like a well-made game as well. I'm so excited. I refuse to play anything with an Arknights on my phone. We eating them crystals. We are. Oh my gosh. Would you guys be interested if I streamed Infinity Nikki? I mean, I know it's not art, but I keep saying that. Yes, yay, okay. I keep saying that I want to start streaming some games. But right now, we can do a contest. Oh my god, that would be so funny. Right now, Infinity Nikki is like my favorite game, but there's like nothing to stream because I've done everything. Like, all I do is just pick up items to craft things slowly. If you'd enjoyed doing it, then yes, absolutely. Oh, thank you guys. I think Infinity Nikki would be fun to stream. Alright, roses. Yeah, styling outfits, that would be so fun. I'm a bit of a casual Nikki dresser. I like my casual Nikki. I'm not really interested in watching games like that. I've tried watching things like ZZZ or HSR and they're not appealing to me. So Nikki is a very different sort of game, I would say. But if you mean you don't like watching gacha games, then that's understandable. Right now, I'm a clown Nikki. Heck yeah. Oh, Infinity Nikki clothes ideas for characters is so good. Like, I do kind of wish they had more variety, like more fantasy outfits, for example. Because there's a lot of like ball gowns right now. Don't get me wrong, they are stunning. But I want some more variety. But I can't be like, I'm not really criticizing them. That game's not been out very long. More of a streamer watching viewer rather than a game watching viewer. I'll be there even if I'm just lurking. Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you, Sky. The amount of details, yeah. The outfits are so stunning. Okay, I'm just gonna draw this chain from scratch because I've made a real dog's dinner of this. I'm very excited for more Infinity Nikki. Because it reminded me, it felt so much like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Because it's literally directed by the same person. I think they did the exploration so well. So well. It's so fun. Yeah, the next major update. It's pretty exciting. I'm excited too. Yeah. I've been slacking on the water. I feel a bit croaky. Gotta make sure to hydrate. There'll be another miracle outfit. Yeah, this is why I'm trying so hard to finish my Silver Gale. Because I'm like, if they release another miracle outfit and I'm not done with Silver Gale, I'm gonna feel the FOMO so hard. I'm really excited for more like Chinese clothes. There's like a couple right now. But I just want like, I want all the fantasy clothes basically. Give me like the wuxia clothes. Give me the Lord of the Rings clothes. Give me some Elden Ring armor. I just want my fantasy dream Nikki. We might get more once we get into that region. I'm hoping so. the things I do for love, downloading AFK Journey FOMO. I need to do that actually. Although I don't think I'll have time to get any levels, unfortunately. What channel should I post my Infinity Nikki screenshots? I think just go for the photos. Just go for the photos channel. Maybe I should just make it like a pictures channel. Oh gosh, it's in broken Spanish. What is? Dare I ask? Finish your moment clicks? Hell yeah. Good job. That's a real undertaking. I think I crafted the B one because that was my favorite, and then I kind of just ignored all the other clicks. They're too expensive. That one is cute. It's so cute. Although I have really been enjoying the raincoat cloak. So I don't even wear the bee cloak anymore. The raincoat stuff was so cute. It made me so happy. I always play in English, but my system is in Spanish. The most stuff tries to install in Spanish, and the translations are often very questionable. That's fair. I can see that happening. Oh, those screenshots are so lovely. I'm gonna share some of mine later. Get ready. Oh, I love that short hair with the horns. That looks so nice. I'm a little bit of a princess hair Nikki. I always give her like really long hair. I pulled the Hatsune Miku hair, the pigtails. Only the white ones. I couldn't afford the evolutions. I'm not made of money. And I basically wear those all the time. They're like my favorite. I find that my styles go between cottagecore or mine is like I have a little bit of like an athleisure Nikki. But there's not many athleisure options. I think it's because like in real life, my favorite clothes are like athleisure clothes. So I always want to give those to my Nikki while she's like running around because it feels practical. But obviously I still give her like insane princess hair because we gotta have the fabulous hair, right? I find that if I'm buying anything from Vintage Nikki, the monthly thing is the best deal for its price. Yeah, I get that. The £5 or dollar thing. I get that too. I have like one because the monthly pass in like every gacha game costs that much. So I have one like £5 that just gets shared between all my gacha games. Whichever one I like the best, I buy the monthly pass for that. How much? It's £5, which is pretty equivalent to the euros, I imagine. And you get like a little bonus reward every day. Yeah. I think in Nikki is even better value because the pulls cost less than in a lot of other gacha games. I've been somewhat tempted by the battle pass in Infinity Nikki, but I'm like holding out for a Momo cloak because you get the Momo cloaks, right? I'm holding out for a Momo cloak that I absolutely cannot pass up. I have as well, then I see how much it costs. I can't actually remember how much it costs. Is it a lot? A 4-star if you're unlucky is unlucky is 40 pulls per outfit. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Nikki is quite generous in terms of its gacha system. Because a pull is only 120 diamonds. And the equivalent currency in the Hoyoverse games, for example, is like 160 per pull. And you get more from your dailies. So it feels much more if you're like pulling on a banner. It feels like your diamonds go a lot further. Also, you have 44 pulls right now. I have quite a lot of savings. I skipped the this doll banner, even though I really liked it. If the hair didn't have the bows, you know how the bows are attached to the fluffy hair? If the bows were detachable, I'd have absolutely pulled for the hair. Because I'm a big hair enjoyer. Yeah, they are really generous with the diamonds. It's great. Every update they find a reason to give us more. I love it. I love when they're like, we spelt something wrong. Here, have some diamonds. I'm like, okay. Arknight's monthly pass is amazing. I love the different names that gachas come up with for the like stamina that they use. It was like 300. Yeah, it was so many diamonds. I was like, it was just a typo. I don't mind, but thank you. On the Chinese New Year update, I also bought the pack of gems. Because I was like, it's Chinese New Year. It's party time. This is my favorite game right now. I'm gonna spoil myself a little bit. And I'm still holding on to like most of the stellarites from that. So to me it was really worth it because I'm a very slow spender. I'm very picky about what I pull. So when I buy one of those, it lasts me absolutely ages. Distant Anthem is $10 and the Miracle Epic is $20. That's not too bad. But I would only get that if I really absolutely couldn't leave the Momo cloak behind. And it would have to be a really nice cloak, I think, to convince me. I think I don't like her hair there. I think it's covering the bag too much. Same, I don't care for Momo's cloaks. Yeah, the ones so far have not have not tempted me enough. I love cats, but for some reason Momo annoys me. I can understand, I think. Personally though, I love Momo. Is it because we had long Momo in the event? That looked so funny. I thought that was really cute though. Even if it was a little bit cursed looking. Long Momo scared me, yeah. But I felt like he was like, I just want to be tall so I can help Nikki. I thought that was so cute. That literally melted my heart. You scared your boyfriend with long Momo. It was somewhat terrifying. You think it's just how they write him in the cutscenes? Do you play with the English dub? Because I play with the English dub. I was tempted to practice my Chinese and play with the Chinese voices. But then I enjoyed the English one so much that I just didn't change it. Yeah. Yeah, I quite like the English voice. Oops. The iPad's picking up my hand a lot today. Slightly less than ideal. Queen Clown, thank you for following. Welcome on in. I really appreciate it. Hello. How are you today? Welcome to the stream. I'm working on an ink commission today for GJ, who might be lurking in the chat. Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. It really helps me out. The little peek. GJ has been raving about the progress in your DMs. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. But yeah, progress is happening. Oh, thank you, Carol. That's really nice of you. Just getting called out like that, yeah. You can't even hide. Now that I'm temporarily free from getting the monster materials, I'm upgrading my bug catching. Heck yeah. I haven't finished the Heart of Infinity. Like, I just left the furthest nodes. I just got the ones that I needed for Silver Girl. That little cat emote is so cute. But yeah, I'm cleaning the sketch right now, which is always a little bit of a headache because I'm a bit messy. So it always takes a little while. But yeah, once it's clean, then it feels like it's a downhill sort of ride. Because then I just ink and I can kind of autopilot that. It's much nicer. It's much nicer than tidying up my mess. Queen Clown, are you also an artist? I wanted rose petals here. Some would say so. Heck yeah. What sort of art do you do? I'm always excited to meet other artists. I'm preparing for the next miracle outfit. There's a non-zero chance. I want some essence from the bugs in the wishing was. Yeah, I'm just gonna not think too hard about the next miracle outfit in Infinity Nikki because I just collected enough for Silver Gale. And then I got a little bit like, oh, I can't be bothered. You make pixel art and also design liveries for Trackmania. Ooh, that's exciting. That's really cool. I've tried my hand at pixel art before, but I don't think I was spectacularly good at it. It seems very difficult. It was definitely fun though. Yeah, pixel art seems so tough. It's very satisfying though when you see like pixel art. Something about it always looks very, very nice and satisfying. Maybe because there's like a little bit of nostalgia associated with it. Okay, this is the second time I'm drawing hands on stream. I think this one's going better than the last one though. That is a good hand right there. Thank you. I admire watching artists work with proper technique and sketches. I'm just a chaos gremlin that paints on a single layer. That's so valid though. I think you should not feel less than if you paint on a single layer. Honestly, that's like that's goals. That's one of the things I've heard people say like really makes you a lot better is if you don't rely on layers too much. I go right to lineup. I've done studies before where I make myself paint on a single layer, and I feel like they are really helpful. Because I think you can get a little bit stuck in the process of like sketch, cleaning, base layers, lineup, etc. And sometimes just being a bit more free range with it helps you get like a different perspective. That's how I felt about it when I gave that a go. Because you have to, it's a different thinking process because you have to think about which goes first. Yeah. Kind of like using a pencil versus a pen. Definitely. I think I'm still, since I started doing those studies, I've definitely become more of a fan of using fewer layers when I'm painting. Because I quite like how it looks. That was when I started adding a paint over layer on all my like colored pieces. You posted your friend code for Infinity Nikki? Heck yeah, I better add mine later. Are there server restrictions? I hope not. It would be cool if we could add each other, even though I'm on the Europe server. Because I know in some other games, they only let you be friends with people from the same server, which is really sad. Did you post that in the Discord, Carol? You did. How exciting. I shall attempt to add you later. But yeah, Queen Clan, feel free to, if you felt like joining the Discord, feel free to share some of your art in there. It is a pretty brand new Discord because I only just started streaming like a week and a half ago. But if you felt like joining, that would be really cool. I'd love to see some of your art. If you have pets, there is a pet tax. Yes, that's a new thing. Let me do the Discord thing. I updated the invite to one that doesn't expire, so hopefully that should work. It would be cool if you felt like hanging out with us in the Discord. No pressure though. There are pictures of cute cats in there if you wanted to see. Not my cats, but sadly. You've activated my trap card because my phone is full of pictures of my cats. I'm so excited. I desperately want cats, but I'm moving to Japan in like a few months. So I haven't been able to get cats because I've never been sure if I'm gonna be staying like in the same place for like more than a few years. So I feel like it wouldn't be fair to move the cats around so much if I got cats. Because my mum had a job in America for a little while and she moved her dog with her. It was only one dog at that point. And the dog just seemed really unhappy to move. Like, she seemed really stressed out. So I was like, even though I really want cats, I don't think it's fair to get them if I think I might have to move them. So yeah, I've had to hold off on getting cats, sadly. Cats don't like moving around too much. Young cats, it can be alright a little, but the older they get, the harder it gets on them. Yeah. Yeah, so I've decided I just want to be really sure that I'm staying in one place before I get cats. Because I just don't think it's like, well, yeah, I would not want to stress them out like that. It's stressful enough moving around as a human. Imagine having no say in the matter, not understanding what's going on. Unlike humans, cats and dogs are not that nomadic. Yeah, exactly. And now my mum's back in the UK. Her dog is like so much happier. She was like, oh my gosh, my old stomping ground. It was such like a noticeable difference as well that she seems so much happier. It's definitely a struggle. Why does this hand look so much pudgier than the other hand? The curse of drawing a pair of matching hands. What are your cats like, Bean Clown? Feel free to tell us about them. I look forward to the day I can tell people about my cats. Anyone have any advice on picking cats? I just want cats that are like... I love lap cats. My friend, I went to see her recently. She has this cat who is like super friendly. He like immediately came up to me to say hi. And then I slept on the sofa at night and he slept on me. And I felt very blessed. I felt like I'd made it. Okay, I kind of hate this hand, guys. I hate it. Orange cats tend to be friendly. Oh, there's a cat hat in Infinity Nikki. You don't have it. Gotta get the cat hat. Can't leave that behind. And then the next day, the cat ran into the bathroom with me. Like, I got up to go to the bathroom, and he got up as soon as I got up, and like ran straight to the bathroom and sat on the windowsill and stared outside. And I felt very like, I felt accepted into the family at that point. When we got our first cat, we spent months researching the right breed for us. In an apartment, would be fine staying alone for a while. Yes. I think it would definitely have to depend on my requirements closer to the time. Why am I always embarrassing myself on stream drawing hands though? Maybe it'll make me better at drawing hands. I can live in hope. Either you do something like that or you go to the closest animal shelter, see if they have anything, they have any you could adopt. I have 2 calicos. Zyla is not cuddly at all. Aww. Your cats, Carol, are stunning. They're so pretty. They look very gorgeous, very gorgeous. I think all cats are like that though. I don't know. Every time I see a cat, I just feel like unbelievably happy. Sometimes I see cats in the car park when I'm like in the kitchen. And I just stand there and like stare at them. There's a woman who like walks her cats. She has like 4 cats and she walks them. They're like off the lead as well, which I think is insane. They follow her. I find it very impressive. Gorgeous. I have like I think I have, where's the gorgeous emote? If you have better TTV, yeah, there's a gorgeous emote. It's like my favorite emote. The reason I don't have more than 2 cats is because my dad and boyfriend won't let me have more. No! Unacceptable. I used to live in an apartment with a small roof garden thingy. I used to take the cats out with a leash. Oh, it's the best thing having them run around outside. Yeah, I bet they loved that. That's so cute. I think her thumb is too big. My dad just doesn't want any more animals in the house, and my boyfriend reminds me that I can't afford any more. Those are reasons, I suppose. Maybe one day, eh? I think I want 2 cats. I feel like, well, maybe at least 2. 2 is the minimum. Because I feel like they can keep each other company, right? I wouldn't want them to be lonely. Cat tax paid. Oh my gosh! Your cats are so cute. Oh my gosh. Amazing. The 2 cats are Mabel and Cassio. Oh, amazing. Such amazing names. Thank you for sharing your cat pictures. You made my day. 2 is better than 1. It's also easier because they will play with each other, so it's a little less work. Yes, I've heard that. So that does sound like a good idea. My boyfriend also wants a dog when we eventually get pets. But every type of dog I suggest, he turns it down. Because I'm like, oh, what about, a corgi or a Shiba? Like a smallish dog. You don't have to walk them that far. And then he's like, I want a bigger dog. And then I'm like, oh, what about a Samoyed? And then he's like, they look too high maintenance. What kind of dog? Yeah, what kind of dog? My mum has a Labradoodle and a Golden Doodle. And I feel like they're really lovely dogs. They're very sweet and gentle. I think I'd be happy with any sort of dog. I would probably not want a dog that's too big. Golden Retriever. I think Golden Retrievers just eat everything, right? They're very happy, but I think you have to keep an eye on them. I don't know. I feel like we're just gonna end up going to the shelter and he'll just pick one that looks like it loves him. All pets are baby, they are. My only issue with dogs is barking. Yeah, they do be barfing. I did have a blue healer at one point. Oh. I used to have hamsters when I was little. We never really lived anywhere where we could have any larger animals. Sadly. I loved my hamsters though. Hamsters are hilarious and adorable. Heating up the oven for dinner. Pizza is on the menu. Oh boy. That sounds great. She was left abandoned at your house? We have 2 acres of land, so it's good for her. Oh, that's the dog's dream. It was very good of you to take her in. Alright. I grew up with 6 cats! Oh my gosh. That is the dream. I wish I grew up with 6 cats. I'm like the cat obsessed girly who just never grew up with cats. I just dream of cats. Alright. I am gonna have a quick toilet break and grab my smoothie so I don't starve by the time stream ends. Put that on to charge. Be right back. I'll be back in a second. Thank you guys so much. Take it easy. Get a drink. Stretch your legs. Have a break. See you in a bit. I'm returned. How's it going? Wild Tessa Violet song? Oh, I'm sad I missed it. I should listen to more of her music. I do enjoy that. I do enjoy her songs. Welcome back, thank you. Right, I've refilled my water. I've got a smoothie. Let's get the drawing glove back on. Oops, that was my chair squeaking, excuse me. I really need to oil my chair, good God. That was a good smoothie. I made it slightly thinner today. I had one yesterday that was like, it had the consistency of mud. It was so thick. It was so hard to drink while also drawing and streaming. That tastes like vanilla ice cream. Good job, me. Okay, the hand looks okay, but I think it's a bit big. Size it down a little bit. One last quest in Infinity, Nikki. Get the kitty hat. Hell yeah. Do some squishing. I think this part of her hand looks a little bit odd. Let me... You're back. Welcome back, GJ. I'm also back. I actually went on a break while you were gone. But I got back before you. Okay, we'll leave the hand for now. I think that's a reflection. Then this is part of her waistcoat. Even better, I don't have to craft the cat hat. I was one of those where they just give it to you. 20 more diamonds, heck yeah. I've been doing like the bare minimum in Infinity Nikki for so long. Because it kind of feels like when the the stopping factor for crafting an item is like the boldy rocks. I just then can't be bothered to collect the materials before I can actually get around to getting the boldy rocks. Does that make sense? I'm like, if it's gonna take me 2 weeks to get all these boldy rocks, I might as well take my time getting the rest of it, you know? You have an Excel spreadsheet for it? That is very organized. I'm very impressed. Oh, that smoothie is so good. I should make it like that more often. Who knew? Vanilla protein powder just tastes like vanilla. Good stuff. You posted it? Oh, amazing. That is so organized. It's even color coded. I know, I'm so impressed. I keep saying that I should get Notion to even like keep on top of like my actual job. And I just keep not doing that. A plus for effort, exactly. Yeah, my smoothie is just protein powder and coconut milk. Not the stuff in cans, the one you get in like cartons as like a dairy replacement. It's pretty good. Right. It'd be nice if I could get this in a place where I can start inking by next stream. I need it easy for me to read, so I have to have it color coded. But then if you use up all your energy for the rocks, you can get 25 to 30 a day, assuming you didn't get any vital energy crystals. Yeah, you can actually get quite a lot. And it's so nice that in Infinity Nikki it just lets you click the quick battle thing. You don't have to like waste your time and faff around actually battling Baldy again. That's such a nice quality of life feature. Very respectful of my time. Why did that color change? That's so random. Must have picked up my hand. Another thing I love about Infinity Nikki, it feels respectful of my time. It really does. It's so nice. You know that thing that social media apps do, where they, for example, they like stifle your post if there's links on it because they don't want people to leave their app, or like even if you manage to click on a link, they open like a proprietary browser So it doesn't even take you to your regular browser. It takes you to like a mini browser in the app, so you're not really leaving. I hate that. That's so annoying. But anyway, some gacha games I've played kind of feel like they do that. Like they're just trying to keep you there for like X hours of time. And I'm like, I'm not about it. I don't know. They're just trying to keep my eyeballs on the app. And I don't know. I'd be much more like, I'd feel much more happy about it if they were like, oh, you know, we understand you have a busy life. Here, collect your things and go about your day. We'll be here. You know, I really like that Nikki is much more chill in that regard. TikTok does that and it lags so badly. The story for Infinity Nikki is like 100 hours, and for a free-to-play, that's a pretty good amount of time. Yeah, I like that they've invested like a good... If you want to spend time playing, you can, because the story is so meaty, right? But if you only have like 10 minutes and you just want to do your dailies, so you don't miss out on your progress, it also lets you do that, and that's the best part for me, because you know, I'll have like maybe time on an evening where I might want to spend longer playing games, but most days I just want to do my dailies and like go to bed or like do something else. I used to play BDO and I did grind to level 60. What does BDO stand for? It's going to be something really obvious that I actually knew, but right now I can't think of what it stands for. It would take me a day to get 1%. That's so rough. Black Desert Online. Oh, I have heard of that. Is that like an MMO? Because I think that gave me similar vibes to like Blade and Soul. Yeah, I used to play Blade and Soul as well. It's an MMO. That's why you don't find Infinity Nikki that grindy. Yeah, I come from the gacha angle, so it's also not that grindy. I will say though, other than Infinity Nikki, I do find myself like moving away from live service games. Because as much as I love Infinity Nikki, if it was like a completed game that you could pay £50 for, even 60 or £70, and just like play the whole thing and be able to unlock everything and craft everything, that I feel like I'd actually enjoy that more. Like I can understand because live service games pay for themselves while they're live. I don't know. I do like a well-crafted solo experience. Live service games are games. that are nice, but sometimes you just want everything there. Exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You get me. You understand exactly what I'm talking about. You relate to? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, I don't want to wait. I just kind of, I'll give you my money. I just want to play everything right now. Or at least know I can play it whenever I want. Also nice to have a clear-cut goal to play towards instead of an ever-shifting end. Yes, exactly. Because particularly with character gacha games, the power creep. The power creep is such a problem, right? If you pull a character, but you have no guarantee that they're actually going to be any use for more than like 2 patches, it does feel a little bit demotivating to keep playing. I just prefer sandboxes. For some reason, I can't finish story games. That's so fair. I'm a bit like that. I famously didn't finish Breath of the Wild until the week before Tears of the Kingdom came out. You have Breath of the Wild. Have you played it? I'm a big fan. Um, I really like those games. Barely made it past the beginning. Was there something you didn't like about it? Because I'm like a big open world fan. I really like open world games. No, but that's a huge issue with games without character creators. Oh, yes, I understand what you mean. I totally understand. I struggle to get attached to characters I can't really customize. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel you. I feel you. I think Link is. I feel like the Breath of the Wild games, well, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I love exploring so much that I can kind of overlook that the player character isn't really me. But I totally understand what you mean. I love a good character customization. Because Link does have some like a nice collection of armor, but it's really not the same as like a custom character. I think in some of the Story of Seasons games, you pick between like a male or female farmer, and then there's not that many outfits or hairstyles. I think the newer games are better for it. But there was definitely one I played where it just felt like you couldn't customize your farmer at all, and I was like, what do you mean? What is the point? I think in games like that, it is a little bit harder. Like, as in, it's even harder to get into because Link is a character, right? So in Zelda games, you kind of expect that, yeah, okay, I'm playing as Link. He's a character, but he's also me for the duration of this game. But in a game where you're just generic farmer, like, who inherited your grandfather's farm, but you can't change how you look or what you're wearing, that makes no sense to me. I'm like, that's just free real estate, free gaming real estate right there, and they didn't go for it. Sims 4 has spoiled you. I feel like Sims was probably for a lot of people, but definitely me, where I got the OC bug, where I was like, this is where my characters are, and they're living their little lives. My expectations for character creation is high. That is fair. I think they should be high. I love a good character creator. I just feel like in some games, being able to express yourself is so fun. Playing stock characters is never quite as fun for me. Because, yeah, I'm a bit like you, Carol. I think, like, I do have a harder time with story games. Because, like, I say I really like open world games, but I really love the open world aspect of the games. I don't necessarily always care that much for the story. I love when the game just leaves me to my own devices, and I can just like collect stuff and roam around, do whatever the heck I want. I can do side quests if I want to. I can ignore side quests if I want to. I don't mind story, but I feel like I much prefer getting to it at my own pace. So in that sense, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Elden Ring, those suit me really well. Because I can do the story when I want to do the story. I don't just get shoehorned into doing story. I'm not big with exploration. I'm just a big creative and goal oriented. But I want to set my own goals. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I don't think I'm as goal oriented. I think I'm quite a free range gamer. Although, like in Breath of the Wild, I will be goal oriented, but I'll do it really slowly. Like, I really liked collecting all the random collectibles, so I always do that. But I won't do it all the time. I'll kind of do it pretty sporadically. Right, how's this looking? I think this is looking okay. I'm quite different. I do need some sort of direction, else I just feel lost and end up really disliking the game. That is fair. Metroidvanias are the bane of me for that reason. I have quite enjoyed Metroidvanias when I've played them. I think Ori and the Blind Forest is a Metroidvania, right? I love that one. I literally follow a guide when and if I play one. That's fair. I think that's kind of, you know, it's well within your rights to follow a guide to play a game. If it would improve the enjoyment of the game, then why not, you know? I don't think there are obviously people who are like, don't use a guide, go in blind, you know, that sort of thing. I think you should do whatever makes you happiest. I played Ori and the Blind Forest when I was in high school. I loved it, but I can't finish the second game now. I haven't played the second game. I really loved the first one. And the music, oh my gosh, the music was so amazing. I try not to use a guide for as long as I can until I get frustrated. Yeah. I think with Metroidvanias, like puzzly games, I will often not use a guide unless it's like unless I'm literally so stuck that I can't keep playing the game without using the guide. I'm always anxious, I'll miss critical things, so I'm using a guide just to make sure I don't accidentally screw my playthrough. Oh, I understand. I wanted to play the Ori games. Then a friend of mine spoiled basically everything about the story and I lost motivation. No! That's devastating. Gosh. That's really rough. I wonder if there'll be a time when you're like, I don't remember what they said anymore. Because, not gonna lie, I played the first game, but I don't really remember anymore. I just remember that I really loved the vibe and I had a great time playing it. But if you were to press me about like elements of the plot, I'm not convinced I could tell you what the story was. I don't remember the plot. I just remember that cursed lava level I'm still mad about. I think I know the one you mean. That's a very valid feeling. Yeah, I think what really stuck with me about Ori and the Blind Forest was the music. I remember like staying up really late to play one part and this like absolutely intensely epic music came on and I just started like crying at my laptop while I was playing this game at like 3 in the morning. So yeah, Ori and the Blind Forest will always be like good vibes to me. I sadly have really good memories, so if I get spoiled about something, I'll absolutely remember it forever. That is really sad. I'm sorry. I bought the soundtrack, Little Nightmare soundtrack as well. I've not played that game. It does look very good though. When my boyfriend played Bloodborne, I would sit with a guide up and like read the guide to him while he was playing because we were both like a little bit too scared to play by ourselves. So we played together and I was like the co-pilot, the co-driver, and he did the gaming. That was quite fun. I recommend that as a gaming experience. They also have a 6-episode podcast and it gave me chills and I was sitting on the edge of my seat. Golly. Couple goals right there. Co-op Bloodborne. Yeah. We shared a playthrough of Elden Ring as well when we first played it. And then I got my own thing and like played completely differently. because we have quite different playstyles. So I'm a collector. I'm a collector, explorer, hoarder, that sort of player. And Mike, he really likes advancing the plot. And I kind of hate advancing the plot. I like to do whatever I want, you know? So he'd advance the plot. And then I'd go back and like collect all the little shiny items and like check off all the little side quest things, collect all the map pieces, that sort of thing. Collect all the different weapons, you know. And then when I got bored of doing that, he'd go back to doing the plot. It was great. It was very fun. Hoarder gang, hell yeah. I love having full stacks of items that I'll never use. Don't even know what they're for. But I want them. Oh god, what have I done? There we go. But yeah, when I then played my own save of Elden Ring, I had like a completely different build. I made like a tank character because I just, you know, I want my combat to be easy. I want to hold up my shield. Oh, you got auto-modded. There we go. I want to hold up my shield and not be afraid of anything. This square of metal should be able to protect me from the entire universe. My boyfriend is very ADHD. I also have ADHD, but it presents differently. I hyper-focus on quests and he gets distracted by everything. I think I'm definitely in the distracted by everything sort of camp. I don't have ADHD though, personally. I mean, I don't think I do. I've never been tested. But I don't really necessarily struggle with attention. Although when my boyfriend watches me play games, he is like, what are you doing? He's much more goal oriented than me. I also went back in Elden Ring and like collected every single item. I farmed all the items. And like that was definitely something I had to do while watching a TV show. You know, it would have been a bit too boring otherwise. I'm still waiting for my dream game. Haven't found it yet. I'd love a game with Souls-like bosses, but boss rush without exploration or having to walk around too much. Wait, is that not the Souls games? Like Dark Souls 3? Sadly, no. How come? Lies of P is pretty linear, isn't it? I've heard it is. I think that's why I was less keen on it. I watched people play it, and that was really fun. But I don't think I wasn't personally super interested in playing it because I like being left alone. Too much walking still. I probably want boss rush, just bosses. Oh, fair enough. Basically a roguelike with nothing but Souls-like bosses. I mean, I feel like that's a game that would get a lot of traction. FromSoft, get on it. GJ, am I hearing that you don't like walking simulators? That is a totally valid take. I think there's probably too many like games that have walking simulation. You love walking simulators? Wait, what? I'm lost. I've walked myself into confusion. Trying to understand. I don't want to randomly fight silly enemies on my way to a boss. Wait, so you want boss rush games? You don't want to walk. You just don't like boring fights? Is that what I'm hearing? I want the big majestic encounters. I don't particularly care about the 3 guards by the door rushing me every time I try the boss. Or exploring a cave only to find a shortcut to the boss. I think I understand what you mean. I kind of like the little weenie guys though. Because in like Elden Ring, you know, even though the boss runs are typically really short, sorry, I had to take a drink. Even though the boss runs are really short, the little weenie guy that you fight that gives you like 50 runes, I still like, because even if I have to fight this boss 100 times, 99 of those times I'll be getting that 50, or like 100 of those times I'll be getting that 50 runes. So I still make progress. Even if I'm unsuccessful in defeating the boss, you know? That's why I like the little weenie guys. There's a place for the little weenie guy in my heart. Or I guess in my purse. I enjoy the mechanical challenge of the boss fights, not getting there, which is why not a single Souls-like fully stuck with me. That's fair enough. I can understand that. I just love exploration. I love exploration games. I like picking up random shiny stuff in the middle of a field. I don't like boss fights that are really hard. I get no enjoyment out of struggling over and over. Yeah, I'm similar. This is why I went for a shield build in Elden Ring. Because, like, I don't mind a little bit of challenge, but I don't want to fight it for like 8 hours. I think like there's this, oh my gosh, there was this clip my friend showed me where this streamer had been fighting Melania for 8 hours, like his entire stream. And then he found out there was a phase 2. And he just like rage quit his stream. And I was like, oh my gosh, I feel that. I felt that viscerally. I love walking simulators because they tell incredibly unique stories in very special ways. Yeah, I understand what you mean. Although sometimes I'm like, maybe I'd enjoy Death Stranding. And then sometimes I'm like, actually, I won't bother. I could never. I think there's also like with Souls-like games, sometimes people are like, oh, you have to do this build or you're not playing the game properly. And I just think that's a load of bullshit. You should play the game however you like. After like going at it for an hour, I would just stop or I start to feel frustrated. That is so relatable. Like, I think that's pretty normal. The only reason I played Hollow Knight was for the tough boss rush mode at the end of it. Quite literally spent 60 hours following a guide only for that. I still need to play Hollow Knight. I feel like I'd have a lot of fun playing it. But I just haven't got around to playing it. I hate being told how to play a game I've learned. I will min-max in my own way. Yeah, no, same. I just kind of zone out whenever. Oh my gosh. Hello, B. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. Tamia37, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, raiders. Welcome on in. B, how was your stream? Exy, hello. You're feeling very unwell, so you're going to disappear. That's so fair. Take it easy. Hope you get some rest. Feel better soon. But yeah, welcome on in, raiders. Elemental Wave, thank you so much for following. Oh my gosh. So many raiders. Hello. Welcome on in. We're working, I would say I am working on this commission for GJ, who is hanging out in the chat, I think. It is gonna be an ink commission, an ink drawing. And this is a time witch who's fallen victim to her own time powers. And yeah, I'm basically cleaning up the sketch right now. It's a bit of a slog, but I think we're not that far off. Hi Exy, how are you doing today? How is everyone? Was B streaming Stardew Valley? That is such a great game. I'm sad I missed it. Yeah, B playing Stardew Valley is so funny. You're fine, I'm glad. That's good to hear. Alright, I think I have the hair here. Does that look weird? I think it would look better if it was fabric and petals. I think the hair looks a little bit odd. It can be a little bit ambiguous what it is. Alright. Draw some more hair. I think hair around this back bit looks okay. Ooh. I have a character who is the goddess of paradoxes and time. She's just a normal changeling who ended up developing time weapons for the government? Hell yeah. But it went wrong and the area got trapped in a paradox and now the timelines are messed up. 100 years later, she gets pulled out of the heart of it. But the internal paradox is slowly killing her and that's how she ascended. That is such a cool backstory. I love that. That's so inventive. I think this witch is in a similar situation. Although I guess she's not being pulled out of it. She is stuck in the paradox. Corel, is that like a D&D character? Or like in a story you're creating? The D&D character? Heck yeah. You have so many... I feel like every time I hear about one of your characters, I'm like, damn, that's really cool. It's very impressive. I would be playing her after she had gotten pulled out. Yes. Alright, the sketch is getting cleaner. Not too shabby. If she dies in combat, she ascends. If she gets too high of a level, she will die. No matter what, she has an end where she ascends. Fair enough. To drink more water. I actually have D&D tonight. I wonder how much energy I'll have after streaming. I think I'll be fine. But I can't overrun today. So it's 4 hours on the dot. And then I gotta eat some dinner. We've got like another hour to go though, so hopefully I can make some good progress on this. I think we're doing alright. It's working out pretty well. Excuse my throat. I have D&D tonight as well. It's mini boss day. I swear my players will fight one of their brothers tonight. Oh, that's so exciting. DMing for them, right? My boyfriend is our DM, and he's been prepping in secret. We have a quick stretch. And then I think we can start inking. How exciting. How's this looking? I think it's looking alright. I think I'm ready to ink. How do I feel about that hand? I think I can maybe edit it while I'm inking. Alright, I'm stretched. My hand is feeling okay. Obviously, I've been drawing for a while already. But yeah, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. So I think that'll be the real test of how well my hand holds up. I had my boyfriend's session yesterday. We had a discussion on how we were going to keep a captive from running away. They decided to shoot his knees. Oh god. And the sorcerer used her fire magic to stop the bleeding, but not caring about burning him. But it's better than the alternative that they were going for. Wow. Wow. I love when your party is just like, are we the bad guys? Are we in fact not the heroes? We're generally pretty lawful in this campaign that we have today. My character in particular, she's a bit of a pacifist, so. Let me see. Let me turn off the guide. Okay. Hello, Emma. Hosier, yeah. I added a bunch of Hosier songs. Well, I say a bunch, there was only 3. But I think we've had at least 2 of them today. In your honor, Emma. Alright. It's inking time. Oh, I love that emote. Yippee! How's your day, Emma? Thank you for dropping in. I'm now closer to affiliate than ever. I think I'm literally like 2 followers away. I'm gonna have the most aesthetically pleasing dinner ever. Ooh, what are you having? To be fair, the captive is a pretty bad guy, and the only reason he is not dead is because we need him to travel through a lawless land. Ah, okay. That's alright then. They can do whatever they want to his knees. In that case. My day was shite. Oh no. But we're home now. Yes, you're home. You can take it easy. I'm sorry you had a bad day. Where should I start with this? Let's start with the hat. Or maybe the face. Let's go with the face. Is meatballs with ball-shaped croquettes and cherries? All the balls. Everything is so round. Gosh, Emma. I need this to be slightly bigger. The roundest dinner. Let me guess, you're probably going to have that on a round plate. Yes. The only issue my character has is torture. She'll turn a blind eye, but won't participate. She believes in just getting the job done. Enjoy your dinner, Emma. I see she's one of those characters who's like, I won't get my hands dirty, but I will overlook it. Oh yeah, GJ, I should have double checked with you. Are you happy for me to start inking now? Because we won't be able to change things once I start inking. Yeah, absolutely. Great. Wonderful. That was my bad. I should have asked you though, just to clarify. I love it. Go, go, go. Amazing. Thank you. Right. Back to the task at hand. To make sure my eraser is also set to the right brush. Pretty much, she also doesn't really see magic as that impressive. She was raised by fighters in a country that's all about strength and dexterity. Heck yeah. Inking time. It is inking time. She's also my biggest character, as in size. I think this brush is a little thick. +5 TP strength and is 6 foot tall. Huge. All of my, well, 2 of my D&D characters are extremely feeble. They're extremely weak. I do have one other barbarian character that I played for a one-shot who's really strong. But sadly, she's not in a regular campaign. She's also basically blind. One eye is damaged and doesn't work, so her depth perception is off. And her other eye would have a -6 for prescription. Oh my gosh. That's relatable. I'm really short-sighted. But thankfully, I have both my eyes. I have a really cool idea for a D&D character that I hope one day I'll be able to use. I do not think I'd be able to RP it at all, but the thought just sounds fun. I think you'd be surprised, because sometimes when you get going, the roleplay just happens. It might come a lot more naturally than you think. I hope you'll be able to use that D&D character I did. Feel free to tell us about the D&D character if you want. I'd love to hear about it. Does it come naturally to be a character that is actually 2 people trapped in the same body? I don't know, maybe. It wouldn't be the strangest thing that's ever happened. You might be really good at role-playing that character. You posted a drawing of Viva. I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, with the cat. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I got very distracted with the cat. Amazing. I see what you mean about her eyes. Gosh, she would have a hard time in like the medieval D&D ages being short-sighted. It's basically a couple, husband and wife, bards, magicians, just showmen. They decided to bind their love in front of a djinn, binding their souls forever, being put inside a single body for both of them. Then during a performance, something bad happens. One of the spectators dies because of a mistake by one of the two. They would love to divorce and never see each other anymore, but instead are still stuck together because of the pact and are constantly just bickering between each other. That sucks for them. He has 10 feet of blind sight. Yeah, Mike has a character who's blind. And he's like a fighter. And he has a crow that helps him see. So he basically can see, like mechanically, but the character is blind. Yeah, GJ, I feel like with your story, this is why I feel like I wouldn't get a tattoo. Because if you change your mind about it, it would be really hard to get rid of. I don't know. That's just such a big commitment. I get disadvantage on any perception checks that has to do with sight. That is fair enough. Do you have any, like, do you have anything that makes up for that? Also, I think I need to look. Good luck inking. I'm loving the sketch. I'm super excited with how I look at the end. Thank you so much. Thank you, GJ. Have a good look. Take it easy. I just asked if I could use hearing and then it's a normal roll. That's fair enough. I have a character who has like buffed hearing, so I get advantage on hearing rolls. But yeah, and then Mike made a character that was mute. Oh wait, no, she was deaf, but she was also mute. He just makes characters with like a big disability. I have a character that is mute. She's a rogue. Is that less fun to roleplay? She can also hear the dead. Damn, that's pretty metal. I haven't been able to play her really. Oh, that's a shame. But it's assumed she signs. She's also a gambler. Why not? We all have our vices. I have a character who's the potion crafter. She's a bit of a kleptomaniac, which I feel like my DM for that campaign was a little bit nervous about when I told him. But she's actually quite tame. I need to have another stretch. All right. It always looks a bit awkward at this stage of the drawing, I feel like. It looks better once I get the other brush out. I think because of the texture of this single brush. Just doesn't. Maybe it's just my lining. Maybe my lining is not expressive enough. But when we get to the next bit, everything usually fixes themselves. I need to draw this way around. Yeah. Alright. Okay. I think I need to do this collar. Got our rose going. Get the collar going. Alright. Raise that before I forget about it. I think I need to draw these hands first. Going around is a bit difficult when the lines are so thick. Food tax has been posted. Oh my gosh, I must see photos. What? What is this? What is this? Okay, I'm gonna have to show this on stream. This is insane. This is insane. Where's my paint app? Oh my gosh. How do you begin to eat? How do you even eat this? How do you even eat this? Right. Add. Where's my application? Browser. What is this? What is this? What is this? Hello, Vio Imp. Welcome to the stream. We're just showing off Emma's extremely cursed dinner. Am I a wholesome Redditor streamer? Is that what I am? Emma, this is the least wholesome thing I've ever seen. What is going on? What is this? What is that? Okay, I'm gonna put that away. I was just like, Emma's gonna show me my this dinner, and then I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm so hungry, but I didn't feel hungry after looking at that. Anyway, Vio Imp, welcome on in. Pleased to see you here. This is normally an art stream, not a this is normally an art stream, not a look at this strange concoction on a plate. Cherry juices, yes. Don't call it cursed, it's good. I'm happy for you. Everything is so round. You're like that artist who puts polka dots on everything, except with food. I forgot her name. She has such a great hairstyle though. It's sauce. It's all going in one belly. It is. If you like it, you like it. Exactly. As long as you're happy, Emma, then we're happy. What am I gonna have for dinner? I'm gonna have pasta pockets. The good ones. Well, all the ones I get are good. But there's one flavor that Mike also really likes. So we're having that one. It's the one with ham. That one is delicious. It's got like Parma ham and fancy cheese. I have this other flavor, which is like porcini mushrooms and truffles or something. And it's really tasty. But good lord, it smells horrendous. Like I only had half. And then I left the packet in the fridge. And then when I went back to the fridge the next day, I was like, oh my god, what died in the fridge? It's really tasty though. It just smells really questionable. Her hand looks weird if I draw it like that. Okay. I'm actually really hungry. I'm glad I had this smoothie. Otherwise I'd be like properly struggling right now. Emma, I hope you're enjoying your dinner. So do you eat that with just a fork? Or like a knife and a fork? Doesn't stuff roll away? You did enjoy it? Did you finish it already? I did eat with a knife and fork because I don't eat like a swine. Respectable. But sometimes you'd already eaten it before you sent the picture. That's fair. Sometimes the knife and fork is a debuff. Like if you're trying to like get a cherry tomato on your fork and it just like goes absolutely flying. I felt like I could see that happening with your meal since everything is round. I'm sure it's really tasty though. It is actually making me hungry. Knife and fork is a good debuff. Yeah. It helps you not to eat too fast. I actually eat faster with a knife and fork than I do with chopsticks. So I often will use chopsticks on like a meal that doesn't really require chopsticks just to make myself eat a little bit slower. Because if I'm really hungry, I will eat really fast. And I'm really not built for eating fast. I don't know. I've just been a slow eater like my entire life. So when I eat fast, I just like, I feel so ill. So I often, especially if I'm really hungry, I'll get the chopsticks just to make sure I eat at a good pace and don't wreck myself. You also eat slow with chopsticks? Yeah. I heard that was like one of the theories for why obesity in East Asia is quite low. We all eat with chopsticks. And it helps you not overeat. Because you eat slightly slower, so you're more cognizant of when you're actually full. Makes sense to me. I feel like trying to eat meatballs with chopsticks is a strange kind of punishment, though. My dad insists on eating any pasta with spoon and fork because that's the proper Italian way. But with some kinds of pasta, you just eat way too fast with that because you end up just eating spoonfuls. Yeah. Pasta, I eat pasta with chopsticks because pasta's so yummy. And if you just like shove it in your face, I can't. I will just shove it in my face. He'll have a bigger plate than me and then be done way before me. Yeah. Because, like, I love cheese. I love pasta. If I get a spoon, it's over. It's, like, absolutely over. I will horf it down. And there's nothing anyone can do to stop me. So I have to get the chopsticks. I've developed unhealthy eating habits because my brother and father are both quite voracious. I love that word. Voracious is such a good word. I'm sorry, that's not really relevant to what you were saying. I just had to say it. Yeah, I'm just like the slowest eater in my whole family. I don't know. Everywhere I go, I'm always the last one to finish my food. And it makes me feel a bit awkward. Sometimes I'll end up not finishing my food because I'll get like anxious if everyone else is done. I had to learn to eat faster to make sure I'd get enough. Oh no, it's one of those families. They'd get a big first serving and then a big second serving without considering others need to eat. That's really sad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an only child, so I'm the slowest ass eater in the universe. That was a funny sentence. Don't quote me. I just said in public that I'm a slow ass eater. Hmm. I might regret that. Trying to unlearn it, but it's very hard to grow out that habit, yeah. Especially if you grow up with that habit. It's really tough. It's like if I were to make myself eat faster. It's not even possible. Like, I have like a physical limitation. Slow ass eater or slow ass eater? I don't know. Which is better? But yeah, I used to get into loads of trouble at nursery because I just like wouldn't finish my food. I was super fussy. Depends on who you're asking. Mm. Yeah, I eat really slowly. I think there are worse habits to be in though. I'm not really complaining. My boyfriend's mom is from the Philippines and she makes so much food. I often find American restaurant food portions are big, but hers is bigger. They would have leftovers for like a week or two. Yeah. I feel like Asian moms are just built different. There's always so much food. It's almost like they almost get offended if there's not enough food. My mom is like that too. Did you know China apparently has the biggest food waste in the world? That didn't really surprise me. We waste a lot of food over there. It's really sad. But the food culture is kind of just like that. It's a little bit excessive. My boyfriend explains that when she was growing up, there was barely enough food, so now she just overmakes. That's fair enough. I think that's the case for a lot of people in China as well. But okay, lurk and get ready. It was nice yapping about food for a bit. Have a nice rest of your stream. Emma, are you streaming? Because I can go raid you, maybe. Yes, okay. It do be a Wednesday. Is that your schedule? I actually don't know your schedule. I'm so bad. I'm sorry. But yeah, have a good stream. I will probably see that. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Heck yeah. Okay, great. Enjoy. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for sharing with us your dinner. Feel like my horizons have been broadened today by seeing Emma's dinner. Talk to you later. Have a good one. I don't think it should go in that much. Looks a little bit odd. Making pretty good progress on this. Wonder how much I can get done before 6. Okay, finish the hair on this side now. All right, get those shoulders. Put the waistcoat in. I feel like there's an extra line here. Maybe there is. How am I gonna fix that? Let me see. Like this. Yeah, okay. That looks alright. Finish up the jacket. Right. It feels like a little bit of a hot mess down here. I don't know. I cleaned it up earlier, but I feel like I'm getting lost in the sauce. Not too bad. It was definitely looking worse earlier. I feel like at least I'm understanding most of what I'm looking at. That is not a smooth line. Alright. Let's do the top. Oh. Finally finished the character sheet? Nice. Let's go. Good job. Feel free to share it in the Discord. I think I spotted your character sheet on Blue Sky earlier. It's looking really nice. I've never done a turnaround character sheet for anyone. For any of my characters. It seems fun. It seems difficult though. I think I am gonna have to do that though, because I want to make a VTuber eventually. It weighs on your patience. You don't like doing the same thing over and over. That's very fair. I feel you on that. But then once it's done, you can just keep using it for that character. So also full bodies, try your patience, yeah. I feel you on that. I think since I started doing bigger drawing, like practice, full bodies stopped feeling as taxing as they used to. They're still tough though. I should do more practice. I guess I'll just extend the belt over because I've now decided the jacket goes there. That looks okay. I need to drag that down a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Looks okay. I feel like so much of ink work is just trying to decipher what the heck I drew. Alright, that looks okay. That's like all the jacket done. Oh my gosh, this is not the angle to be drawing that piece of hair at. There we go. A bit better. Drawing things upside down is just the biggest hack ever. Alright, now I need to decide if I want to do the hat now or keep going with the hair. I think I'll keep going with the hair. I'm already here. I'm already here. I'm hilarious. Yeah, that's looking alright. You're gonna head off? Thank you so much for hanging out. It's always good to see you. You're always good company, Carol. Have a lovely evening. Or day. Because you're in PST, right? Yeah. Have a good one. Take it easy. Alright. We shall slog on with this hair. I think I need this piece to go like out here. Maybe like that, yeah. Alright. Always like drawing hair. Hair is probably like the most relaxing thing for me to draw. It's like when it looks flowy. Right. I think it's time for the bag. Time to draw the bag. I think this bag is looking very bag-like. I think I want the hair to like go past the bag. Yeah. There you go. And then I guess I can do detailing with the next brush. I might leave the bag like that for now. Excuse my squeaky chair. Right. I think it's time to do the hat. I'll do that on a new layer. It's easier. I really want it there. Hmm. Okay, that looks alright. I feel like that line is smooth enough. I need to fix this join in the middle. I feel like the join being wobbly right next to her face is not it. Because that's kind of the focal point. So if it stands out too much, that's not good. Don't want that. Okay. That line went very well. I like the general position of this one. Or the general shape. But it was a bit far up. There we go. I'm gonna cheat by using the liquify tool. Okay. And then I think I can safely erase all these little bobble ends that are plaguing me. There we go. That looks much neater. Alright, I think I'll start with the clock. Probably. Maybe I'll start with the rose. Yeah, I'll start with the rose. So these ones are supposed to look more organic. That rose is looking rosy. I think I do want to keep this giant petal here. And sort of have them squashed against each other. I think that's what I want. Right, I think we'll call that one pretty much done. Alright. This rose is looking a little bit stiffer. It's not too bad. I can always change it later. Okay. That petal looks too sticky outy. There we go. Oh, I didn't draw that on the hat layer. Oh well, I think that's fine. I just merge it at this point. Okay. Clock time. I think if I start with this, start with the clock hands. Maybe I don't want to start with the clock hands. Maybe it'd be easier to do the base of the clock first. I don't really want to use the like ellipse feature. It's not an ellipsis. Words are hard. I think the ellipse feature is like, it might make it look too stiff. And like, it is supposed to be like a manufactured circle. But I think when the lines are too smooth, it just sticks out a bit too much. That's a passable circle. Probably not the best circle anyone's ever drawn, but it's acceptable. And I'll draw the top of it here. And then we've got this thing. Sometimes I think I should like use my Apple gestures more. But I've kind of got used to it. Sometimes when I see myself reaching across the screen, I'm a bit like, you could probably be more efficient. I don't know. This is probably fine. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. We're coming up to 4 hours. I think I'm gonna try and finish this chain before going. Is Emma live yet? Yeah, she is. Great. I shall try and finish my chain. Chains are always more complex than you'd think they are. Well, at least more complex than I'd think they are. I think when you just paint them, you paint their outline or silhouette. And it feels pretty easy to make a chain that looks chain-like. But then when you actually have to ink the details, it suddenly becomes a lot harder. I don't know. I think it's the overlap of the chains for me, when they're sort of joined together. It always feels a little bit like, always looks a little bit weird. I have to go back and erase some stuff there because that's a bit messy. Let's join the hat. There we go. I mean, I should really just, maybe it'll be easier if I just draw the full circle rather than just drawing half the circle and expecting it to match up in my head. Well, it's kind of all in the name of being efficient. I don't want to have to draw a bunch of stuff that I'm just going to erase, right? Okay. Right, now I do actually have to erase the stuff that I just drew. Well, this one looks okay. This one, I think, needs a little bit of help. Gotta clean up these chains. All right. Okay. That chain is looking chain-like. That link was looking a little bit small and sad. Okay. I hope that the microphone isn't picking up my stomach rumbling. Because it sounds pretty loud to me. The VOD won't have the music to cover up my my shame. I do apologize if you can hear my stomach rumbling. I'm a little bit hungry. All right. There we go. Okay. We're at 4 hours, 4 minutes. I think it's time to call it. That's the progress for today. Pretty good, I think. We cleaned the whole sketch. We started on the inking. We got quite a lot of the inking done, actually. Most of the important stuff. I will be back tomorrow. Same time. This is the new overlay I made. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow to hopefully do more of this commission. I don't know how far we'll get. I mean, I always want to finish as soon as possible, but there is a lot more to do on this, so it might take more than one more stream. Thank you all so much for being here. Oh, you have stream muted, but take care. Thank you. Thank you, GJ. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, B, for the raid. Here's the link to the Discord if anyone wants to come hang out. My commissions are open. And let's find someone to raid. Let's raid Emma. I already decided I was raiding Emma. Search. Dreamy. Dreamy Diglett. Let's go. Alright. Start the raid. Okay, I made a command for the raid message. So this is our raid message. Alright. Thank you all so much for watching me scribble. Let's go.